please. Turn that on. Cosmo Canyon is something I'll play next time. Probably. Maybe. Oh, I need to get the, there we go. What the heck? What are you hacking? Objection. I am not. Gotta... I honestly don't know. I remember I was stuck last time. I think there was just something I didn't look at here. Hopefully we get to the trial this time. That would be cool. Oh. What's this? Looks like a note of some sort. Look, something's written on it. 675, 12-2. Oh, 7S. I guess. There's a name printed on the paper above that. Goodman. I have no clue what's happening. Did you save that one layer, dude? I did! I saved Miles. He's okay. That was a heck of a case. It was the prosecutor. It was Von Karma. That was the bad guy. Who knew? Highly recommend watching that archive, because that was great. But this is the final episode of Ace Attorney. It's episode 5, and they actually introduced a new thing that I can do. I'll show it in a second. Maybe it fell out of its pocket when he was killed. Well, so what does it mean, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Note to self, for deductive reasoning, go to Edgeworth, not right. This is new Maya. Maya went back to her home to train under waterfalls and stuff because she felt useless. And now Emma Sky is here. She's fun. It was his own lawyer. Von Karma. Oh my god. I'm sure Edgeworth wouldn't know what this means either. So, well, how are we doing, Mr. Wright? Guess we've got some clues. Actually, can I do it here? Oh, I can. Look at this. 3D. Look at that. I love it. I can look at all of this stuff and identify more of it. Because it's in 3D. No clue why. I have no idea why. But I'm okay with it. We have an autopsy report, a note from the victim, and a cell phone. So you think we'll be okay? Well, the only thing still bothering me is that Lana is confessing to the crime. Lana is her sister. 3D, it's the future. 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 She says she did it. No problem. I can guarantee that she's not the criminal. By the way, Emma, I know that song your phone plays when it rings. What? It's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? That popular TV show for kids. The phone that rang earlier wasn't mine. It was yours. At 5:18, just after the murder took place, your sister called you, didn't she, Emma? I'm sorry. Can you tell me what you talked about? She hung up right away. Last call made to her sister. Emma. Bruh. A detective is murdered, and the suspect is the top prosecutor in the district. I've got a bad feeling about this. Like, maybe I still don't know everything that went on here. Oh, we don't. I've been told that this is a very long case. I don't know how long. It can't be more than 3 days, right? I've been taught that 3 days is the max amount of time. Don't know if that's true. Trial former? What does that mean? Isn't it trial 1? How'd the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright? Frankly, there are still a lot of gray areas. What case is this? This is episode 5. Rise from the Ashes. Not sure why it's called that yet, but we'll find out. Maybe the dead guy is actually, like, not dead. Or rather, the whole thing is one big gray area. Don't worry about me, no matter what the outcome. I'm ready to accept my fate. Lady's gonna plead guilty. Can't have that. I believe in you, says. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. A defense attorney should never believe their client. The defendant is called to trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. I don't care how long it is, as long as it's good. Same. Rise from the ashes? It's rise. Resay from the ashes. Lana is cute. I like her. They're kind of parallels to Mia and Maya. Miss Sky, you remind me a lot of Mia. But there is one decisive difference between you and her, and that is, you suck. You're not a defense attorney. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. Spelling mistake. We save from the ashes. Love it. My first trial without a Fae helping me. No one's gonna bail me out this time. That's gotta suck. I didn't even think about it. I'll be alone in there, so I have to discover the truth all by myself. Uh-oh. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way. Will you? Are you allowed to be in there? Are you gonna be right next to me? Can you summon your dead sister? She's not dead. She sure is there. Defense is ready. Prosecution has been ready for a while. It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in a courtroom since this trial. I hope that personal feelings will not be a part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. New girl's kind of a weirdo. She's a... what is it? Scientific researcher or something? I think that's what she said. I don't know. She's also, like, 14. I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment to be made here is in our hands, not those of anyone else's. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot. He's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. There was a witness to her crime. A professional witness. Is it? Yeah. Angel Star. The Cough Up Queen? Onigiri Hat Lady. Haven't I seen you somewhere? You ordered the caviar lunch, right? Caviar? I've never eaten caviar before. The judge is really wolfing it down. And for you, I have a Fiesta Bowl. That actually looks pretty good. Thanks. Will the witness state her name and profession? And you, sir. The fingerprint lunchbox? What is that, rice with sesame seeds? It is too early for lunch. Your name and profession. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste? So this is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty it hurts. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca.
No! No!
What the heck does pickled tapioca taste like? Bad. Name, profession, now. The name is Angel Star. Don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Edgeworth? Very well, witness. Please describe the incident. The prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating. Hurry it up. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call on the police to provide a description of the crime. As Edgeworth has said to the court, I am a professional. Huh? What exactly does it mean? Until 2 years ago, Angel Starr was a special investigator with the police. She was a first-rate homicide detective. Oh. Miss Starr was a detective. I know who you are. Cough up. Queen, Angel Starr, Your Honor. Long time no see. Very well, you may continue with the description. Just who is this lady? If I might have the court's attention over here. Oh, we got a parking lot at the office is divided into 2 blocks. A block is for the prosecutor's office personnel. B block is for visitors and clients. A chain divider separates 2 blocks. Suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutor's spaces, yes? The crime took place by a car in the back of A block in the car's trunk. The killer stabbed the victim with this knife and went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness, and an arrest was made on the spot. And who was this valiant witness? Why, it was me, Your Honor. Oh, so you did it. Okay. Did you see the very moment of the crime? Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor. Seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Miss Wright, we can't agree on principle. Seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining? Go for it! If you can, then give them your worst, Miss Starr. Wait, are they talking about me? Whose side are you on? Somehow I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. Well, I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. Ooh. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. Man, look at that face. Chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Right hand. Right hand. They didn't get me last time. Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Goodman's chest. Bringing a lunchbox to your boyfriend? How touching! As you can see, there is no room for doubt. The key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than the point of the knife, which you saw being stabbed into Goodman. So how does it feel to be so utterly crushed? I'm still thinking about that. It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. 'Tis but a flesh wound. Cross-examine. Alright. How'd you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime, yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted, given that they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim. Killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. Do you have something personal against prosecutors? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator, and if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one. Laid off? She was fired. To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I am a pro, as you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless. Very well, you may continue. Alright, so she was fired. That's interesting. This boyfriend, he's the detective? Not that boyfriend, the security guard. That boyfriend, you have several? Yes, this boyfriend, that boyfriend, and the other one. Here to join. The yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants. I'll stick with the lunches. Note to self, the judge had to think before replying. Security guard room is in the lot, in A block. It's up on the second level so you can see everything from there. That would be the room with the security sign. Incidentally, did you bring your lunchboxes by car? Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. She was in B block when she witnessed it. You sensed something, so you're saying you had a premonition of the murder. Felt like, how would you say... Oh yes, it was like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds. I have no idea what that means. Yeah, me either. That doesn't... What? Speaking of a detective's intuition, wasn't the victim Bruce Goodman also a detective? Yeah, well, he was like a young cheese. A young cheese? A pale white cheese, not yet tangy, with experience on the streets. A greenhorn. Then I must be hard, yellowed, and sharp as a tack. Yeah, with the odor of an old cheese to match. Oh my god. You can't just kill people like that. Dude, Emma, shut up!
Shut up!
In any case, they're in the lot. I felt something stirring in the back of my mind. By garish car, you mean... Edgeworth's car. Edgeworth's. Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Edgeworth's. Wasn't it? Indeed, it was. What an odd case this is. And the person you saw, you sure it was the defendant? I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I'm certain it was her. If she's telling the truth, we're doomed. Let's just do what we can. Even if we don't have any proof, we can always nitpick. Witness in your testimony, you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms, ergo, you are a biased witness. You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie. What? Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me. I'll fry you like a fritter, crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside. Sounds pretty good. That was inspiring. I believe I've heard that tagline elsewhere. You could cry plagiarism. I may be relegated to the lowly post of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed. She's no angel. No. A photograph? You took this? Why is she wearing the coat? Why are you wearing the coat? Why is she wearing the coat? The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snap. I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunchboxes is rigged with a camera. Suppose that's more exciting than just hanging it around your neck. Witness, why am I only seeing this photograph just now? Think I'd show it to you, a prosecutor? Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs. She is a demon. This is most certainly the defendant. Crime photo. Uh-oh, that is unmistakably Lana Sky. So what was the defendant doing at the time? Okay, I got two more. I wasn't expecting to get a picture out of that. Tell me more about this knife that she was carrying. I'd say the blade was about 4 inches long. Is that right, Mr. Edgeworth? It is your knife, after all. Yes, that's about right. Who measures their knives? Prosecutors are, by nature, well-versed in the location of a man's vital organs. I'm sure it was easier than boiling an egg for my egg salad surprise set. What's the surprise? Objection. You can't testify as to her ability to kill an egg, I mean a person. Perhaps a chicken salad set would have been a better metaphor. So, the defendant was holding a knife. What then? Okay, that's the last bit. Tell the court why you didn't try to stop this crime. You did see her raise the knife to strike, no? Defense has a point. Unfortunately, by the time I realized what was going on, it was already too late. Too late. Yes. The next moment, the chief prosecutor brought down the murder weapon. I see. It's only a flesh wound, we can make it. Said that before anything else. Scientifically speaking, Miss Starr's testimony is flawless. Sounds pretty fatal to me. What do we do? Is my sister guilty? Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panic next to me makes me calmer. Don't smile like that. Ugh. So I got the trophy, I got the ID. I don't think that's gonna help at all. An hour and a half of 4 p.m. The victim's memo. Oh, you know what? I never did look at this. Oh, can I not? Alright. Hold on. I looked at all of that, looked at that. Caused by a 4.5-inch knife. A single stab was found. Between 4 and 5:30. Loss of blood from chest. I don't remember what was said on that. Parking lot floor plans. I can't look at any of these. A block, trunk of the car. Is there something in the photograph that... Chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Don't they Too late. I'm not entirely sure. Send something to the right fence. It was 4 inches long. Caused by a 4.5-inch. I don't know if that's enough. Single stab wound was found. I mean, he pretty much confirms it too. Just cheat. You cheat. Point me in the right direction. Rise from the ashes. Trial 1. Busy. Holding a knife in her right hand. I mean, there's nothing in the photo. Parking in the office lot, entered lot at 5:12. What time? Does she say anything about the time? This is day 1. It doesn't have anything for to do with her being fired, does it? I think it's the parking stub. guard room is in the lot in A block. I don't think that would help. 5:18 on the day of the murder, 5:12. Died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. Garish car. The knife was also his. That was the defendant. Saw her from no further than 30 feet away. Huh. She never mentions a time. And even if she did, I don't know. I always knew a day like this would come. On my way to deliver. I sent something. Perhaps it was my finally honed intuition. Through the wire fence, I saw the prosecutor standing next to a car. She was holding a knife in her right hand. And they thrust it. Ugh. Does anything say anything about traces of victim's blood? No prints. I'm looking, but there's so much. Well, I'm trying to figure it out. $17.12. Wait. Hold on. Six to 7S, 12-2. No. December 2nd? I don't know what 6 to 7S would mean. It's gotta be something with the right hand. Because the times we got are 5:12, between 4 and 5:30, and a call at 5:18. The photograph, I don't know. She's not holding a knife, so I'm thinking maybe it's the photograph because she's not holding a knife there, but like it could be in the victim. Well, no, I guess not, because she hid it. Ooh, music stopped. That's a good thing. And you witnessed this? You saw Miss Sky stab the victim with the knife. As I've already said, yes. Swear it on my finest salmon swirl lunch. I'm sure that is a fine lunch. But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. This is a photograph you took of the very moment of the crime, is it not? Then why is Miss Sky not holding a knife? Okay, I noticed that, but I was overthinking it. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Objection. Wait, that had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Yet it was still stronger than your ever-feeble mind, Mr. Wright. God. What do you mean, Edgeworth? This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. This was taken the moment after the stabbing. And how can you tell that? Blood splatter? I thought we knew that, though. Yeah. See the dark crimson stains on the chief prosecutor's coat. But it's a black and white photograph. Yes, that's hard to tell, but this could be blood. Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. No problem except you. Are you gonna just sit here and take that kind of abuse? Yeah? You got a better idea? Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Namely that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime. Edgeworth just shrugging. They are awful. It seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies. God, the music keeps stopping. That's it? If you run out of lunch, your order seconds. Problem solved. If you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understand it, but good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Sky was cold, calculating, like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder. Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the chief prosecutor's hands. Are those gloves? Surgical gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? If it was not premeditated, she would not be wearing those gloves. You're in the way of the picture, Miles. You're way too close. Buddy. These gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation. Premeditated murder. A serious offense. Witness, add this to your testimony. Oh, that was the last thingy. Hold on. Okay. What if she was just in the habit of wearing gloves, like driving gloves? The gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves of the kind used for autopsies. Look, don't shame her. In other words, when the chief prosecutor came to the crime scene, she came to do murder. It's the only possible conclusion one can make. Everything was planned. It was a premeditated crime. Impressive. I'm sorry they took you off the force, Miss Sarr. This is bad. She's got them thinking this was all planned. If she can prove this claim, the trial's already over. We've got to think of a way to show that this wasn't premeditated. A way to show that it wasn't premeditated. Given at the day of the murder. Whenever I have my gloves on, I also plan to do the murder. Same. But Ian, you always have gloves on. Right. 512. There's gotta be something she was doing. Like, that makes it... That makes sure it wasn't planned. I still don't know why I have this, other than the handprint there. Not premeditated. Social person. Yabadab. Forgot about Yabadab. No. That has nothing to do with anything. What about this? Right. Forgot Von Karma was on there. It's not that. It's not the knife. It sounds dumb, but would it be the knife? Because it doesn't have prints? I feel like, no. If anything, that makes it more of a premeditated murder. Maybe it's my badge. I think it might be. Hmm. 6-7S. 12-2. 12-2. 6-7S. 5-18. It might be the phone. I don't know. What are we proving? That it wasn't premeditated. Oh, hold on. I keep doing that. She came to do murder. I have to find a way to make them not think it was all planned. Gotta think of a way to show that this wasn't premeditated. I don't know if I press any other statements with this new info. I'm gonna try the phone. No, it wasn't the phone. But you keep saying that, Emma. Please help. Alright, let me try all of these. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. Calling off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. She was fired. It is pretty flawless. I didn't present the knife, but also... I mean, I guess it would have to be with this statement. I'll try it. I have nothing else. God, it was a knife. That was one of the first things I said. I feel like this would prove it more that it was a premeditated thing, because there's no fingerprints. That doesn't make sense. Okay, what's... Do you know what this is? You trying to test me? I sell box lunches for a living, you know? That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Edward's trunk. Indeed, it is my knife. This is day 2. No, it's not. This is day 1 still. This is trial 1. Day 1, trial 1. The defendant is the chief of prosecutors. Mummies are prosecutors bad people? Yes. The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. It's basically day 1, part 2. if anything. Is that rookie? In your testimony, you stated that Lana Skye planned this murder, and that's why she was wearing those special gloves. Seems like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves do indicate planning. However, why would she not also prepare the most important thing? The murder weapon. This knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Oh, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. Trial 1, day 2. This is day 1. This is day 1. Hold up. It is day 2. You're a dummy. Now the tide is turning in our favor. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister's as... This is day 1. My sister's as good as free. You just weren't looking at all. So useless. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie.
Why must you fail me so often?
I hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking that the tide has turned. Not over such a trifling detail. But this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. The prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. The defendant, Lana, murdered a detective with a knife. That's the only thing the prosecution needs to prove, nothing else. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now. But you know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned. If it wasn't, why would she be wearing... I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again. Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated. Really now. Alright. Last guy intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. There it is. Knew it was gonna happen. She flipped her hair, watch out. That could kill. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again. Wait a second. Again and again? Hold up. The victim was summoned from the department to the office. Does sound like premeditation, doesn't it? So if I ordered a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill the delivery boy? Yes. In any case, the defense may now cross-examine. Don't do that, wake up. I don't want to wake up. Yes, it does. Alright, hold on. Let me do all of these, just in case. You've said that, but you haven't told us how you know. That's what I'm about to tell you, rookie. I believe what she just said was a mere prelude to the story she's about to tell. Try not to interrupt her again. Never interrupt a storyteller. It's like pulling a bun out of the oven. Half-baked. Something's half-baked here, alright, and it's you. Try not to confuse the defense witness. They're not very quick on their feet. Now, why did you believe the suspect had intentions to murder? Her actions speak for themselves. You have no proof that Skye called him there. You have no proof that she didn't. Edward, thoughts? There's no record of a call made on the defendant Miss Lana's phone. She might have written him a letter. Come on, you could have tried public phone first at least. In any case, the victim came to the office where he was murdered. Sure he had a reason to be there. Why do you think it was the suspect who summoned the victim that day? What kind of grudge? I wouldn't know that. Of course you don't. That's because she didn't have a grudge. Edgeworth looks like he's done with life. He probably is. Who could blame him? I have a lunchbox here. Now, what's inside? How am I supposed to know? See, we agree here. We agree there is a lunchbox here, but we don't know what's inside. A person's life is like a lunchbox with pretzels. Don't you agree? I get it. That's why my lunch was so salty. This judge isn't very good with metaphors. Suspect had a grudge against Goodman. Will you tell us your basis for thinking this? It's simple. Emotionless eyes. That's the statement, though. A human machine, that's a contradiction. Objection. Phoenix, you're an idiot. Can't you find fault with something of substance, Mr. Wright? Note to self, Edgeworth's sighs smell like citrus fruit. You say again and again. How many times did she stab him exactly? We often say chop into 1,000 pieces, but we don't actually mean 1,000. What difference does it make if the deed is done? How come she's getting mad at me? Let's just say she stabbed him several times and leave it at that. Leave it at that. This is a murder case, people. You should speak up if you have an objection, you know. Has turned out to be as short-tempered as she looked when we met her. Challenging her abilities as a detective really set her off. Shortwick burns out the fastest, is a scientific fact. Wouldn't it depend on the size of the candle? I mean, add more wax and even a really short wick will burn longer. Obviously, more scientific testing is required. Judge, shut up. She saw it happen, right? Supposedly. I'm not so sure anymore, though. Alright. Because I'm pretty sure it said it was one knife wound. Look at that. Multiple times, again and again. I call foul. You say she stabbed him again and again, but you couldn't have witnessed that. You testing me? She would know how many stab wounds there are. She said there were several, like 1,000. Then I'll test you. With my moss surprised? I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait. Miss R. She didn't like it. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states... Hey, thanks, Edgeworth. That death was due to a loss of blood from one stab wound. You're right. Good show, Edgeworth. What a hunk. He's my hero, really. What about my objection? Well, witness? You got the crime scene set, right? Oh, thanks. I always believed that no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood, but now I realize that such mistakes are possible. So you're saying you mistook something for blood? When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. I don't see any. Splattered blood from her victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice. And tell us what you saw that you thought was blood. Testify. Angel Star is a piece of trash. Her red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was. You got the platinum, now you're sad. Do a challenge run. I don't know what kind, but do a challenge run. It's basically what I did for Metroid Dread. Played that game 3 times. Her red muffler? Yes, like a scarf. The chief prosecutor always wears one around her neck, so she can be easily hanged at a moment's notice, I suppose. She's right. Is that called a muffler? Pretty sure that's called a scarf. She was wearing a red scarf, wasn't she? But wait, isn't it odd that you mistook that for splattered blood? Yes. Well, people often mistake my beard for a bib. A judge with a bib. That's why this place feels so much like kindergarten sometimes. Actually, I do think I saw some traces of blood on her chest. However, the autopsy report is clear on this matter. There was only one knife wound. 28 stab wounds. Apparently Miss Starr isn't entirely sure of her own testimony. This is our chance. Chance for what? Has turned out to be as short-tempered as she looked as we met her. A muffler is what you wear on your hands, like a giant furry burrito you can stick both hands in. What? So we got loss of blood from a chest wound. Wound was caused. Single stab wound was found. I mean, there's blood after. Actually, wait. She's not wearing her scarf. Oh. She's not wearing her scarf. I got you. I demand an explanation. The witness is clearly not suited for detective work. What? Suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. And you've proved it yourself with this photograph. Huh? But that can't be. Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Hey, Edgeworth, are you alright? Congratulations, perhaps you've finally found your true calling in life. Harsh words, but good. In the end, Edgeworth prevails. What was my objection? Chopped liver? But it was there, a scarf. No, not that, but something red, really. Well now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business. Edgeworth, stop killing your client. Freaking loser. Very well, witness, continue. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that. Very well, I do remember some things accurately, at least. Do you? Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. Most important part? The part where your sister stabs the victim. This next testimony might just be the moment of truth. Alright. What do you got? After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Oh yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. Yeah. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. You're quite determined about the scarf, aren't you? I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. It's me, Angel Star. That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, a cobra is a kind of snake. Don't bother me with details unless you want to get bitten. No thanks. Note to self, write a sneak weak against poisonous snake bites. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. An oil drum? Hard to imagine. She's beautiful, but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rower. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-exam. Alright. That part mostly bothers me. So where's this partition on the floor plans? I'm sure she means this wall next to the car. That's right. There was a wall there, about 6 feet high. She was obviously trying to hide herself. Quite a natural thing for a criminal to do. And what did you do then? Well, you wouldn't hide yourself right in front of the security guard station. Why would she do that? That's the main thing that gets me there. But I'll look at the other ones. You say quickly, were you close to the suspect? As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Maybe I should press her for more details. Ooh. Oh wait, no. Hold on. I need to press her for more details. Alright. I'd like to see this on the floor plans just to be safe. The Lunchland car was right there. She was a visitor, thus she was parked in B block. So you witnessed the murder from here. That would make it about 30 feet from the car, yeah. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. She doesn't sound sure. But there was a chain link fence in front of you. I went over it, of course. Amazing, the Cough of Queen Lunch Lady athlete indeed. It would have taken her a little time to climb over the fence, so she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast. Yeah, the fence was about 9 feet high, too. So how did Miss Sky not get away? Interesting. She mentioned the muffler? What exactly did she say? If I remember exactly, I would have told you in my testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard her say was the word muffler. Just that one word. So what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else. Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone. Her phone? She can't mean... By phone, do you mean this cell phone discovered at the crime scene? Yes, ultimately. My memory. It's like a salmon heading upstream, you see. No, the court doesn't see, Miss R. Chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall. That's right. Near the car, there was an emergency phone on the wall. Apparently it was out of order, and so she used her cell phone. Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing, witness. Good witnessing? Whatever happened to good testifying? Yeah, she sucks. You should of course add this to your testimony. Things I do to please this rookie defense attorney. Muffler was overheard during a call made to Emma at 5:18. I saw it all, how she tried the phone on the wall but had to use her cell instead. Do you think you could restate your testimony for the court? I was gonna ask the same thing. I'll only say this one time, so listen closely, rookies. The chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. Then she picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order. So she pulled her own cell phone out of her pocket. And during that time, you climbed over the chain link fence. Then when I boldly grabbed her arm... You're hungry? Have fun. What are you gonna get? Bring me back some fries. Chief prosecutor hung up her phone. And you saw her doing this? What is it, Mr. Wright? Oh, that's right, because the phone was found, like, next to the car or something. So that wouldn't be possible. This was a week ago, so I kind of forgot about that. What? No, that was important. She couldn't have hung up. Alright, let me press this one. She made to escape? Can you be more specific? She brushed aside my hand and ran. It was a terrible sight to see, like a dollop of lard on a pâté of foie gras. What? She even kicked over an oil drum at me. An oil drum? There was an oil drum lying on its side at the scene of the crime. But it's strange. If she wanted to escape, why didn't she run the other way? The parking lot entrance. That's right. It doesn't make any sense that she would run from behind the partition to the oil drums. Excellent. More mysteries. I wish we could solve a few before finding more, though. So Sky tried to run. Sorry my sister is so suspicious, right? Not as sorry as I am. But she didn't do it, you have to believe me. That is a good point. Why would she run behind the partition? Alright, what else did I have? The ID, the trophy, the knife. The victim's memo? No. tempted to run behind a partition off to her side. Everything would be seen from the security room, and I'm stuck on that detail. Form 530, loss of blood caused by single stab wound. Has she tried on the phone? There's gotta be something with that. But it wasn't the phone for that. That's weird. Is it the node? I don't know if the floor plan is something I need to do too. I need to blow my nose. No, okay. Game Jolt? I think I've heard of it. Why? What happened? Did they shut down? Were you gonna upload games you make? Car was there. She was there. The chain link fence was about 9 feet high. Need to escape against... I don't know. I don't know which part of it and what to match it to. Muffler was overheard during a call made to Emma at 5:18. They have a trophy system. You can upload your games to the site and have other people play them and earn trophies. I'm trying to get the trophy stuff to work for my game. Oh. I forgot that was going... how's... So you finished it? She's talking on her phone. Welcome back. I'm stuck. How do I prove that she did not use the phone? I did. Chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. It was out of order. She said that she hung up the phone, but I tried to present the phone. You saw her hanging up her phone. Yeah, this is 2, and that's 3. 3 opened up this one, that text, and 2 gave me, right, 2 told me about that, the parking plans? I was kind of thinking about it, but for which statement? Is it this one? Or is it that one? I think it's this one, because that's the one that I unlocked. For statement 3. 1, 2, 3. You sure it's not this? Because this one unlocked. It's not that one. I trusted you. I am down to 2 hits. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Says it's different for different versions of the game. Ah. I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Lana Sky. The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias. Who would have thought you would be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? You who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago. Well, this is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up. Okay. Let's look at the floor plans. You said you witnessed the crime from this point. However, if that's true, you couldn't possibly see Miss Sky making that phone call. Yeah, it's true. Believe you see what I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the back side of this partition. If indeed you were in B block, you couldn't have seen it. What's the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not cuffing him blunt, she's cuffing him lies. That's quite a claim. Perhaps you will allow me a question. Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told the court. Here's where the counterattack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. I really can't. The witness lied about what she saw, where she saw it, the order of events. Oh, it's not the order of events. I guess what she saw. In other words, she didn't see Sky using that emergency phone. It does seem hard to imagine how she could have... No! Very logical. What's the matter, Starcat? You got your lunchbox? I hate to bother you while you're celebrating your victory, but why would Star lie like that? Because she sucks. Why would she say that my sister tried to use the phone but failed? Doesn't make any sense. Why lie about something so insignificant? She's right. I mean, maybe she really did see her try to use the emergency phone. I see no room for doubt. Patui? What is that? One more try. Yeah, no kidding. Tell us exactly what lie. Why is it where? Kill me. It was out of order. What is significant about that fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Star to lie about it. Pointless to lie, I see. But say the witness did actually see Sky using an emergency phone. It would mean Star witnessed the crime from a different location. Now that's a pointless lie if I've ever heard one. That was 2 ticks. One tick is 2. I have 1 health left. I can't get anything else wrong. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime? All the testimony we've heard until now points in one direction. The place from where Miss Star witnessed... Oh, see, okay. These are always finicky. She would have to be in the security room, though, I think. Because she would have been able to see everything. Because it's higher than the partition. So you can see this. And you can see this. So it's got to be the security room. It's also nowhere else for her to really be. Alright. Hopefully it doesn't yell at me. It's the only place where she could have been. Security guard room? Indeed. The room in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the second floor so you could see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are many other places where she could have seen the phone. Not in this case. The witness not being part of the office couldn't park in A block. True. The only place where she could have seen the crime and the back of the partition is here. I remember in your testimony you said, you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yeah? Well, how many years have I been getting the better of men? To think that the tables could be turned. Today a man has got the better of Angel's side. Good. Loser. What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better. I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished, and I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails. Guilty? Is she talking about Miss Sky? Doesn't this strike you as odd? Why did Star lie? It doesn't make sense. She could have just said she saw the crime from the guard station. It wouldn't change anything. This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. The truth still stands. Still stands? I disagree, Edgeworth. Why does Emma look just like Maya? That's a good question. Copy paste? Maybe she has a mask on. Just if a witness is found to be lying, there's guilty of perjury. She knows this. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. Tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Huh? Me? Who else? Let's review what we know. Star witnessed the crime from the security guard station? Why is this... Okay. Choose carefully? Me? Be careful? I have 1 hit point left? But she lied and said she saw it from B block. Must make a vital difference, but what? What would change? Alright. Angle of view to the crime, distance to the crime, difference in lighting. It's not the angle of view. I don't think it's the difference in lighting. It's gotta be distance, right? Because she could just run down the stairs and then boop. Instead of climbing over the fence and what? Huh? Huh? It is distance. See, I knew it. Changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime. My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plans and it's quite clear. Distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see how that would change what she could see. What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. I'm sorry, you witnessed the crime from the guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime, where you arrested Sky? I am very smart. Look at... Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, witness...
Barrel, barrel!
You ordered the squid wheels, right? Squid wheels? Quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible. I was bringing a PB&J lunch with fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend. Boysenberry for the boyfriend. He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass wall of the station. Before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running toward the scene. But the door was locked, I couldn't open it. So... Oh, that made it go longer then. That's why I had to go through the visitors' parking and be locked. It's quite a detour. Probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. 5 minutes. Changes things considerably, but it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know it. I have photographic evidence. I don't know. 5 minutes is a lot. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork. You have a point, and the spork is a wonderful invention. It is. I saw Metroid Dread get nominated. A+. It should win. It won't. Probably. Would you like another caviar lunch? You have to do something. Do you have any evidence to stop this? Probably. Yeah, caviar is gross. 5 minutes between the witnessing of the murder and the rest. Think about it. You could make pasta in that amount of time. If you like it al dente. This is a great... Hold on. I'm just gonna... screen cap that. I've got lunchboxes that tie pasta into knots, rookie. What? 5 minute blank. Isn't that strange? Strange. If you were a criminal, what would you do with 5 minutes? I guess I'd flee the scene. Don't get the wrong idea, I didn't kill anyone. But you have the instincts of a killer, you would run. But this time was different. Lost Judgment got nominated for nothing? That sounds stupid. Sounds like it was robbed. Shouldn't it be in the RPG section? I haven't looked at all of the nominees for everything yet. I've just seen a few pictures. Apparently Dream is on the influential people, creators or whatever. I don't know. Sky dawdled at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. I was about to say. Well then, seems we've come to the end of this testimony. I was really close. The witness has a grudge against the defendant, and a blank in her testimony. Edgeworth is the next witness ready to go. Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her pro-history. We did it. We screwed that can shut. That was too close. No kidding. Scarlet Nexus is in Best RPG. Oh, cool. But why not Yakuza, or why not Lost Judgment? Yakuza 9. I'm afraid that the Coffin Queen has been dethroned. And with that, court is adjourned. Huh? Who's holding it?
Shut up!
Get the hell out of my suit!
Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right? That's the one she tried to foist off on me. I prefer not to take the defense team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence. What was that? Is this another one of her trick lunchboxes? My apologies, but we have no further questions. Is that your jumbo lunchbox? A triple-decker. Woohoo! Because people are dumb? True. Out of deference to the witness's determination, I'll allow one more testimony. Let's hear about the evidence. Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed. What's she gonna pull out of her lunchbox this time? No! No! I need my health back. Stop it. Get some help. I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, to the matter of the victim's shoe, did I not bring this up? Two types of blood were found on the shoe. One was, of course, the victim's, and the other matched that of Lana Sky. The shoe proves that it's flawless, decisive evidence. What? There's blood found on the shoe? Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs. I don't like her. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence? Simple. As I've already said, I don't trust you with evidence, Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. And you had blood tests performed? Didn't I mention? I have 3 boyfriends in forensics. In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. In other words, the shoe is illegal, at least for the time being. Is that right? Seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating. Not so fast, Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. Well, me too, Angel. I have about 20 boyfriends in total, though. You have more than that. As I mentioned previously, the shoe has already been tested by a member of forensics. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Edgeworth. Is that right? It seems so. Edgeworth's looking pretty sullen. You could at least study some evidence law, really. Prosecution's complaints notwithstanding, appears that this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness. Anything to ensure that the guilty are properly judged. Farewell. Cross-exam. Too many? You should drop some of them. I should have witnessed those 5... I should have mentioned those 5. Alright. Why'd you lie about those 5 minutes? Guess you could say I just wanted people to look at the results. The results? How many times do I have to say this? I saw the chief stab the victim before my very own eyes. Compared to that, a 5-minute blank means nothing. It means everything! Then why didn't you just tell the truth? Don't make me laugh. We're dealing with the most untrustworthy of the vile lot known as prosecutors. Why does that keep happening? Boy, what's wrong with this? Falsified evidence... there we go. Arranged testimonies, erasing and manipulating evidence. When you fight monsters, you need to use every trick in the book. This when the suspect is admitting she did it? Stop making that weird computer noise. You do. You stop it. But false testimony is the most despicable crime of all. Let's just get this over with. Judge ain't happy. Confuses me because I'm doing stuff on my computer and I keep thinking something is wrong. For some reason, my cord is stupid right now. I think it might be because I yanked. You found this shoe at the scene of the crime? I detained the chief prosecutor and notified the police. I wanted to make myself useful while I was waiting for the police to arrive. So like an ill-trained pooch, you snuck off with a shoe. I was afraid someone would erase the chief prosecutor's crime. The shoe was my secret weapon if that would happen. See this fashionable basket I have here? It carries more than lunchboxes, gentlemen. I'm happy for you and your lunchbox bag, really. In any case, you removed valuable evidence from the scene of the crime. Why would I get a new cord? I don't know where a new cord is, actually. I don't think I have one. Oh well. So you brought it to the forensics? If you're going to submit something as evidence in court, you need it proved. To do that, evidence must be analyzed by a forensics expert. And she got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective. The shoe does appear to have bloodstains on it. Well, the man was stabbed after all. And that blood belonged to the victim. As I said, there were 2 types of blood. Never mind. You can't say for sure the blood belonged to the defendant with a blood test. You claim to know something about blood tests? Speak up. Blood comes in 4 types, A, B, O, and AB. However, you can't tell from a blood test whether a murder was committed in cold blood. That's just a figure of speech, Mr. Wright. Actually, we can differentiate between millions of types with all the blood tests out there, which means that we can more or less narrow any sample of blood down to just one person. Or so I hear. That's pretty specific. If I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results, but they said there's very little doubt it could be anyone's but Miss Lana's guys. So the suspect blood was found on the victim's shoe. That ties her directly to the death of Goodman. I was afraid he was going to say that. I also know nothing about blood. There are also positive and negative for these blood types. Stupid, right? AB positive. This shoe proves it. I can't let this evidence go through without a fight. You ordered the peppered fish guts? Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some, like your client, she's in enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Do you or don't you have a problem with this shoe? This is critical. Is there a problem with the victim's shoe? There's gotta be a problem. I just don't know what. Oh, you know what? I haven't done this yet. This blood, it's my sister's, right? Here's so. Lana's right hand was bandaged when I saw her in jail. She must have cut herself at the time of the crime. There's blood here too. On the sole of the shoe, it's gotta be the victim's. He must have stepped in a puddle of his own blood. All this blood, horrible. This blood might be an important clue. Huh. Stepped in it? If I'm not imagining things, I'd say there's one critical problem with this evidence, a clear contradiction. That gleam in your eyes, you're still young, rookie. I'd give you a peppered fish gut now, but you couldn't take the heat, could you? God, I hate this. Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. Was contradictory. Shows the problem with evidence. It's the soul? It's gotta be the soul. I'm not proceeding. Well, my health thing isn't up there, so it might be fine to just... I'm surprised Katie hasn't responded. Huh. The heat. Oh. Yeah. She just said something about tomorrow. Wonder if you noticed there's blood on the bottom of the shoe. Oh, okay, it wasn't the heel specifically, I guess. Don't mess with me, or it'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe. Was that a threat? Indeed, there's quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. Makes sense, the victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory about blood on the bottom of a shoe? Loss of blood from chest wound, a single stab wound was found. Traces of victim's blood. Autopsy report? I don't think anything else would... Maybe that's the shoe size. The photograph? Oh, yeah, the photograph. There's no puddle. The problem lies in the footprint. Footprint? Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then isn't it strange? Why weren't any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime? As you can see, there were no traces of any such footprints at the scene of the crime. That contradicts your claim about this shoe. This picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. Then where are they, Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. Well, witness? What? Great going. But it's true that the lack of a footprint is a contradiction. But then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint. That's true, there has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. Think, Mr. Wright, think. I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions.
What the?
I see. Now I get it. Get what? Our witness is more devious than I give her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. There's one vital hint to the truth in her testimony. What are you talking about? Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect. Tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. I thought that was a strange thing for the normally cool-headed chief to do. No kidding. Now witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty? Oh, I'm not sure I like your attitude, Edgeworth. Though apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory. Well, was the oil drum empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Water? What does that mean? Still don't get it, Mr. Wright? It was knocked over and washed away everything. Do you want to know the reason she knocked it over? The real reason? You don't mean, yes, the suspect knocked over that oil drum for one reason alone. To erase the bloodstains that would become evidence against her. That ties things up quite nicely. Bloodstains left on the victim's shoe tie her quite clearly to this murder. Then after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs. Why, that's a prosecutor's specialty, erasing evidence. That reminds me, this guy's right hand was hurt.
Splish.
Bruh. Didn't she say she'd cut herself when she stabbed him? So that's when my sister's blood got on the shoe. See no reason to prolong this trial. Do something, please. What can I do? Your sister has confessed to the crime and she tried to conceal it. Enough. There's no need for further debate. Verdict. Very well, but Angel Star is on the prosecution's side. She could have been lying about the water. The court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. Oh. Little girl, what did you just say? What? Me? Did you just say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution's side? Ooh. Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing the bloody footprints. Well. I thought you'd had your fill, but here you are demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox. A lunchbox called evidence. That evidence looks really delicious. Wait, witness, don't tell me you have something else. Objection, I want to go home. The time for deliberations is past. Any further comments and you will be held in contempt of court. Your threats don't scare the coffin queen. Look at this. Why does this woman have so much stuff? I did drink. I did. It's right here. I did. I had it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim. I see no room for error in this evidence. Mr. Wright, wait, look at the asphalt in this photo. Hey, it's clearly wet. Drink again? No.
No! No!
Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water. Sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. I knew I couldn't win this case from the beginning. And it seems this is what your sister wanted anyway. I'm sorry, Mia. Right, wet or not, don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Get yourself up off the asphalt, take another good look. Don't give up, not until the bitter end. This is the last piece of evidence. Maybe. Very well, this time I'd like to declare a verdict for good. Your Honor, wait. What is it with you people? Can't I hand down my verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can it wait? No, it can't. Then it will be too late. Look at this photograph. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. How'd you just say? No. Asphalt? Look at this photograph, the last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration. So, right, are you saying there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence? Look at this photograph. Yeah, I'll think later. Yeah, there's a problem. Right or wrong, I've got to go ahead with this. I suppose since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well. Show the court the problem. Alright. Hold up. I don't know if that has anything to do... Oh, you know what? It's on the heel. It's not... Yeah. If you need help, let me know. The thing I need help with is... the picture ones, the point and click ones. No? It's not because it's the heel? Where you first pointed, it is this? Well, that makes it a lot easier than the hole in the car, the exhaust. Isn't this exhaust? Yeah? Yeah? We're good? We're good on that? Yeah! The problem in this photograph is here. What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler. Wait just a moment, Edgeworth. You just said muffler. However, I see no trace of a muffler or scarf of any kind in this photograph. A muffler is also a part on a car or motorcycle. Just think of it as a part of the exhaust system, a pipe. I see. And I see. What's that suspicious-looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler? So what if there's something sticking out of the muffler? What does it have to do with this case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. What? Let's hear what Wright has on his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth in the muffler is related to the case. Is it the photo again? Because she's not wearing the scarf? Maybe she shoved it in there. That makes her look really guilty, though. Muffler was overheard during a call made to Emma. Could be the cell phone. Not the photo. Oh, the note. No, that was in the trunk. I don't think it would be anything else. The phone? Is it the phone? It's gotta be the phone. That makes the most sense to me. But, I don't know. The note could have something to do with it. Man. What is that? What song is that? I don't know what that is. Recall your testimony for the court. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. Madonna? Oh, I didn't realize that was Madonna. I should listen to that one. I've never heard it. Ever. Could it be that the muffler you heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence. Warg. Well, seems we'll have to suspend the proceedings. Suspend? Sus. I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. If we leave any question unanswered here, we do a disservice to the law. Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until after we've seen all the evidence. Agreed? Suppose so. That was close. But we made it, at least for now. This court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime after all. Still hungry? God, that was the most freaking tense thing ever. Do you get more lives now? Yeah, I get a refresh. Thank God. Are trials always like this with you? Like you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake, about to reach the surface, but no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there. Pretty much. Except today, we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So this is where we turn the trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Stop being tired. I want to. Hola, partner. Time for my stupid, apparently bad Western voice. They say you show a red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a youngin', at least. Thought I'd come take a look-see at how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They've got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. Yeehaw. That hard to slip out, huh? What's going on over there anyway? It is awful. I'll stop. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scars. She wasn't even wearing one. You don't say. Now don't that just be all? I've seen the red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. What? I saw it that day too. She was wearing a red muffler. At the award ceremony that afternoon, Edward's seen it too, I reckon. What does that mean? You should keep trying, though. No, I shouldn't. I feel very down about it now. In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. So Miss Starr wasn't mistaken. I'm not even tired. Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns. And sometimes you just gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell. I have a bad feeling about this. So what are we swimming in now, Mr. Right? If it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Ooh-wee. Ribs are meh. I'd like to resume? What's up? The judge keeps looking over the prosecution. Something wrong, Edgeworth? Your face is blue, your lips are purple, you're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. It can't be. This can't happen. I wonder what happened to Edgeworth. Well then, I believe it's time we continued on with the trial. This is unacceptable. Who keeps on interrupting him? I mean, Miles, but stop it. Seems our prosecutor's quite beside himself. Excuse me, knock knock. Who's there? I've seen that guy before. Johnny uses him as a thing. I didn't realize he was from Ace Attorney. What's with this guy? What's with his music? A strange, stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. Who on earth is he? Ah, it's you. Look at his eyes. Yes? Can I help you? Oh, sorry I'm late. G? The roads were packed, it's just me. Long time no see, huh? G? How you been? Swim much these days? Hello, hello. No, I've been so busy. Busy smizzy, G, my boy. You have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed. Aji seems to be his nickname for the judge. I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? So you're Righto, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son. Father? Thanks. So sorry about our little worthy. Giving you all that trouble, huh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly. Oh, so he's British. Little Worthy? You don't know the district chief of police? Chief of police? He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district. Father? Name's Gant. Damon Gant. Damon Gant. I don't know what the pun is there. Or the wordplay. Pleased to meet you, everyone. Damon Gant. So, to what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to the courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's worth it here. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Star wasn't seeing things. When the crime occurred, Sky really was wearing that muffler. But to think that it was stuffed into the exhaust pipe. On Little Worthy's car, no less. Did you do it? It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. Why is he playing with his... Who does that? Ooh, look at him pull. That's it. Okay. What's this? It's what you'd call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this. Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? I like his outfit. How could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? Now, wait a minute, Worthy. I've no desire to hear excuses. I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me?
Shut up!
Have a look at this document, where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature is there. Miles Edgeworth? That's not fair. On the day of the crime I had your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology. Man. I do that with my unicorn stand as well? What, the playing with its hair? What, are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. This is the first time I've seen Edgeworth at a loss for words. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Edgeworth. The court accepts this new evidence, but I'd like to ask the defense a favor first. Just to be sure, I'd like to take a look at this blade of this knife. The blade? I don't see why not. Could you open it up for me, I wonder? Yes, well, I think all you have to do is push that switch and... If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point it at people anymore. Since it's the only long piece of hair, it's distracting and fun to mess with. Oh, that makes sense. Come on, just hurry up and open it. Oh, that's not me. Can you stop? Phoenix, it would have been a lot easier if you just went left. Tag? What's the tag say? There's a small tag on the knife. It seems to say SL92. What does that mean? I've heard something similar. DL6. But it's strange. I'm not certain, but I get the feeling I've seen this somewhere before. Letters like this, or letters that looked a lot like this somehow. Is it the note? Hold up. Yeah. But it's missing something, isn't it? I don't know. Not yet. That's for later. Someone has to cut their finger. I'll cut my finger. I got another burn today. Don't scare me like that. I'm the one who's scared. Look at this knife blade. The tip's broken off. And this dark red stain. Blood? Found at the crime scene, wrapped in the defendant's muffler. This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us about the split between the prosecutors and the police and this knife? Sure thing. Not a problem. Not even a little one. Really. Gan? Alright. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department. See? What a mess. Time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, huh? It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. There was a murder at the police department? A detective? That's hush-hush info. Gee, we haven't exactly announced it yet. Wait a second. You said 5:15. It's the exact time that Goodman was killed at the office. Okay, so that first cutscene makes some sense. There were 2 murders. That gives a little added context. Anyway, we at the department were all flustered, as you might well see. We're in the middle of a top-secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department's situation. Alright, 2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. Chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to crossing fan? Alright, however, keep your questions focused on the case at hand. Now. I mean, there is evidence. I have the evidence, and it's this 67S 12-2. Yeah, it was missing the 12. Special? Hard to come by this particular knife anywhere else. Might that special thing be this little tag? Sorry, Righto, but I can't say that now. Not bad. We've established that the knife in Goodman's chest was this knife. Now, why was there another knife at the scene of the crime? That's quite a mystery. And like a mystery, it's wrapped in something, a muffler. This knife was found on the scene of the crime. I think that makes it connected to the case, don't you? See, there's a lot of things that go on at the department I can't explain. It's delicate, okay? Sorry, Righto. Maybe there's something about the knife that will give us a clue. Let's examine that knife while we can, Righto. Evidence that links this knife to Goodman. I should try presenting the piece of evidence that's had me stumped all this time. Alright, well, I'm just gonna do it. Ah, at last. An honest-to-goodness objection. This knife, this has to have something to do with Goodman. What do you mean? An honest-to-goodness, what do you mean from Udgy? This is great! Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL92. And this is important why. Over here we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim. What's this? 6 minus 7S 12-2? Your Honor, it's upside down. The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around and what do you get? Ah. Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. SL9. That's the same thing that's written on the knife's tag. Well, Chief? Oh, well. Guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, Righto. I win? What game is this guy playing? This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. So this knife was stolen? Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you'd say. Was it, in fact, a murder weapon? Nice, nice, nice. Good show, Lilworthy. It was a murder weapon, as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved. So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder, and it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. Hard to think there isn't a connection there. Huh. Hold on. Really? I can't inspect it more? Okay. Thought maybe I could. Something happened at the police department too, huh? Got a good look in your eyes there, right, oh my boy? Sharp, hungry. Something did happen. Why wasn't I informed? Why weren't you informed? Why didn't you ask? She's got a point. No matter, I understand. You were busy. What with Lana's case and all. Well, what happened? What happened at the police department? On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, OG? I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? There was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. Just arrested? That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, righto? Suppose I could help if you help me by giving me data on your case. Good one. This gets sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only. Is this game not exciting enough for you to wake up? It is! It's too exciting, perhaps. And that makes me tired. Don't know what my deal is. Can you stop? What's wrong with you? Nobody even moved. So where, how, when? I mean, I already know the how, I guess. It was stabbed. Where was in the police department? Guess I don't have the when. Where's the time going? I'm really tired. No! Wake up! What's wrong with you? Does it matter? What do you think I should pick? I'm thinking when. Why are your eyes hurt? Blink a few times. Have you been blinking? You should be blinking. It does? Not when? It matters? How are you supposed to figure that out? The when is the only one. Oh wait, no, I do know when. The when. He said it was at the exact same time. So it's gotta be the how, I guess. Or because the where was the police station. Is it where? All right. Fine. Where? Tell me, where was the victim found? I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department. The evidence room? Wait a second, I have heard of that. The evidence room. Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? Evidence in the case, it was stolen from the evidence room. There's a connection between the two cases. Seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? We just got handed our ticket to go town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. 5:15. That's when Goodman was killed in the office. Funny, isn't it? A murder at the prosecutor's place and a murder at our place at the very same time. What are the chances? Coincidence? I think not. This is just my gut feeling, but I'd say there's a 0.001 chance of that happening. Gant, please tell us more about that incident. Chief, the defense's position is simply this. Connection between these two cases has already been proven. You don't say. Well, out with it, Righto. What's your connection? The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. They found in the lot was stolen from the evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number on the knife's evidence tag. We also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same room. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be coincidence. You two make a good pair. It took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right here. Chief, I request that you release your info on the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet and all. Can we get the info unofficially? Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. What, really? Who would have guessed? I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay? If you're gonna tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Well, in case information is sticky stuff, you have to do everything properly. Oh well, I guess I might as well try to get what I can out of him. Alright. Let's go with the ID number? I think I can probably get all three of these. Ugh. How about you tell me the ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. You won't tell me their name after all. We keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is 5842189. That's quite long. We have to remember these. It drives me nuts. A2, I can't do it. You didn't even get the first number right. Well, does this tell you anything? The ID number of the victim at the police department. 5842189. Oh. Should I look at the other two? I think this was the right one. I'm doing it. Actually, it does. I think. Meaning... it has to be what I think it is. What does this mean? Let's hear what the defense has to say. You say the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department. It tells you something. What does it tell you? Witness. What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. No, it's just I got confused. And this is news? Just come out with both guns blazing like you always do. Police department, prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Is it yours? No, Your Honor. I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Goodman. Shame on you, Righto. Personal IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is all of that. And this means what exactly? Wait, the ID number we heard from the chief earlier. That started with A2. I've forgotten. You didn't even get the first number right again. The number the chief believed, chief of police gave us was that. Just as being a dummy. He is dummy. Wait, a second. What does this mean? That's what I want to know. 2 ID numbers are identical, in other words. The detective killed in the police department evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Sharp as a tack, righto. Sharp as a tack. But wait, Goodman is our victim. Our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in an underground parking lot. Really hope there's some kind of time shenanigans involved. An alternate universe. Yet, Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the department. In the evidence room at the exact same time. That's impossible. So what we're saying is the same person was killed at the same time? And in a completely different location? Freaking wild. What does this mean? No. What I want to know is, why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of the case. Now just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Oh, look at him. Or didn't you hear me? The oversight, the grave error. Edgeworth, they're yours. What? How dare... We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news. Oh. Yeah, that's true. Officer Meekins? Where have we heard that name before? Wait. The very anime guy. Excuse me, but is Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? His hand is also hurt. I noticed that. You don't mean him. According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me. He said that report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident. I mean... technically. Detective Bruce Goodman murdered in the police evidence room. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on the top of that report. Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged. Oh my god. In any case, this is a serious error, a gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then The silent stills of him just blinking are very ominous. No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say unworthy? Wow, he just got killed. What? Now, what was the second rule of evidence law? Oh, it's unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. Can you stop? This report wasn't on that list. So what does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Righto over there. Good job, Righto, my boy. Huh? I was just doing my job. No. No. I don't know how to feel about Gant. Seems we have come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy, what with all those rumors. You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened. It's the last thing I do. You better get results this time, really. You have my profound apologies, sir. Or Edgeworth. I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I'll grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient? Yes, thank you. Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Farewell, court's adjourned. Alright. Well, I got through 2 trials, technically. Day 2 investigation. Just going to save that. What's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. Let's see, what is going on? The victim, Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 on the 21st. He died in the parking lot and the police evidence room. What's this and the evidence room part? Office department are 30 minutes apart by car. That's what we're going to find out, or try to at least. Alright, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. I don't think it's science. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? It was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. That oil drum. Was it empty? Brimming with water. My sister erasing evidence of the crime scene. Never. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril. What's that grin for? The situation calls for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid? Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. What did Emma do? But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Why do I have to do it? Because you're the main character. I'm a minor, I can't even drink yet. We're testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it. Look, I'll lend you these glasses. You had an extra pair of those things? Ooh. To test... Virtual Boy. To test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it? Like this. Press enter to spray it on. Let's find us some blood stains. Okay, it's X. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So is this a blood stain? It's so... Emma, you're shaking. It's just this is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation in action. Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a blood stain. But doesn't something strike you as odd, scientifically speaking, of course? What's odd about this, scientifically? The amount, for one thing. Perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood? I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, there'd have to have been more blood than this. I'm gonna mark up the floor plans when we find a blood stain, okay? See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too. Saved about my allowance to buy that. Interesting. We can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Then let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Feels like we're really investigating crime now, doesn't it? Guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious. Just gonna spray her. Wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Don't say deli box. You only trusted your own eyes, huh? Not bad, you two. Stay old deli boxes on the house. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead-in. That kind of lead-in doesn't really get my mouth watering. You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Star, but no, it's okay. It was my fault. Yes? Yes. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that room up there. But I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm glad I'm witnessed that. That's unforgivable. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. Give me some fish cups. Yeah. Peppered? Salted? Paprikaed? I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? So you were a detective, weren't you? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know. I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. No.
No! No!
I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I dragged the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. And before long, they called me the Coffin Queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go, or fired? It's all because of that case, the SL9 incident. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... Bruh. What do you think about this? It's written on that knife, and on that note. Goodman. He was the head detective on that case. That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, it's not over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about that? Is that a no? Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, it didn't show up. How do I... Someone used a marker to write their name on this. Don't tell me you bring this with you everywhere you go. Well, you never know where something might go down. Just what kind of world do you think we're living? Love it. So can I not use this whenever I want? It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. Detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. The detective did get killed here after all. So the evidence room, scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk, she's like a kid in that music part. A real crime scene. Let's go take a look. Yeah, I can go to the guard station. Okay. I wonder who lives here. Look at the Texas sign. There's so much going on here. He even has the saloon door. And a lasso? What is this deal? What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room, scene of a crime. Sure seems that way. It's wrong. So it's cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing, it's hard to think straight. If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where's the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. Really? I couldn't possibly imagine. Look on the floor, lasso. Looks like it's set up to trap something. A trap here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here, but the lasso missed. You sure have an active imagination. Oh, Texas is not important. Looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. Bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of there. Can I not inspect his various freaking beer bottles? Liqueurs. Texas is a bad place. Love the cactus hat hanger. It's great, but you would think some of those thorns would get in there. Yipes, these sure are prickly. They must be the real deal. I would think just one big one would be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. How so? Encased in a cold, rigid shell, with spines pointing in every direction. Just like her. I'm not so sure I see the resemblance. It's more an attitude thing than a physical similarity. I love that they went the full mile with the music. The swinging door makes the place look like some kind of saloon. But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. Of course not. If you went in through here, the cactus would fall over. I'd say it'd be more of a yarg myself. There's a security guard uniform hanging here. Looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. Leather jacket, pants, leather... What was that called again? A punchy? A paunchy? A pinchy? I know, a poochie. Wait, maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that info to myself for the time being. Alright, now the door. Evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. It won't open. You thought it'd be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. Yeah, I need to find him. Alright. Where's that loser? Is there anybody here? Everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the apartment. Yeah, but the same guy was also killed at the same time in the lot. Makes my head hurt. Well, first things first, let's go check out the department crime scene. You sound dead set on investigating. But don't mess up, or we could wind up dead. Doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. Doesn't look like anyone's gonna help us much either. Detention center? Looks like Sky is in questioning. I hope the detectives aren't yelling at her. How'd you kill him in 2 places at the same time? Can you imagine? How's she supposed to answer that? Wait a second. Didn't Gant say they'd arrested a suspect in the department murder? Let's come back later. Alright. There's nowhere else I can go, right? Oh, I can go back here. This place is as classy today as it was yesterday. I'm sure it'll still be just as classy tomorrow. Incidentally, Edward's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. Hope that's what he's doing. I guess we'll have to come back. Still not telling me anything about SL9. Do I need to find something else around here? I already looked at all that. No, I remember this from the first time. The barrel? I can't really... Oh, maybe I can. This is a famous oil drum. Oh, no time like the present. I'll try to kick it over myself. That's okay, don't cry. That Lana Sky must be one strong woman.
Barrel, barrel!
You're right. This is the famous divider. It sure helped us knock a hole in that testimony today. Come to think of it, this divider helped our case more than an actual witness. Great divider, a chip off the old parking block. It's just a wall, scientifically speaking. That's where we found the note. SL9 incident. Case that was due for transfer the day of the murder. Detective in charge of the case was a victim. It's kinda hard to guess just knowing the case number. No, none of that really helps. Okay. What about this? B-block. Miss Star climbed over this fence? Seems so, yeah. That fence is 9 feet high. No time like the present, I think I'll give it a little try. It's okay, don't cry. Maybe there's a Lunchland Olympics team. Finally an exit, maybe it's both. No, none of that helps either. She's the only one there is. I had one of those up until 2 years ago. We found this ID card here in this parking lot. There's no mistaking it. It's definitely good news. It's the same ID as the man who was killed at the department. That's impossible. I wish I could be so sure. Body with Edgeworth's knife stuck in it was found in Edgeworth's car. I think he owes me his gratitude. If I hadn't witnessed that, Edgeworth would have been the suspect. I wonder. Can you... How annoying. Still, it's strange. Why didn't our chief prosecutor have her own murder weapon ready? Talk to Angel and exhaust all conversation offense. When that's done, present the switchblade. Oh, and the crime photo. That's... I was just about to try it. I was on the right track. If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room, but even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime? I rushed toward the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's why I took this photo. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes weren't the problem, sorry. You lying was the problem. Listen, I've had my testimony disregarded before, and I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time? There we go. That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them, disposable. To who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. Oh. Got all 3 of these guys. Who's that 4th guy? The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So they didn't solve it? On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed.
What the? You what?
Yes, the criminal got what was coming for him. It doesn't get any clearer than that. Only problem was they never did find decisive evidence, not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence, of a sort. Made up evidence. You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those. Myself and one other person you know well. Marshall. Could it be... Exactly, Detective Jake Marshall. I mean Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As pro-detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9? There was another side of that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Those lunches you sell. There's only one reason I come to sell lunches in this cursed office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. Star's old boyfriends, how many does she have anyway? Just when all the detectives of SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, Rookie, seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Then you should take this. Salisbury steak lunch? It looks really good. I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Officer Marshall, is he... Are you his... Are you going out? What do you want to know? I was wondering what happened to him. A long time ago, when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was detective. But now he's so cold. And southern. Western. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. Thank you. Alright, let's find Marshall. I know the problems with having so many boyfriends. You gotta dump all of them. This place is charged with frantic energy, as always. Wasn't that... One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you! Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. You mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. Oh. I think I just heard the sound of its heartbreaking. Now's no time for despair. We've caught our criminal, now we just need evidence. The criminal? You mean... You heard about the stabbing in the evidence room, right, pal? No. I did not. It's the biggest scandal hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. Become shoot, who was it? Listen, pal. All I know is I need me a steak lunch. Pronto. Standing around here talking isn't going to fill my belly. Bye. Wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. He ran off to the evidence room. This investigation's off to a running start. Let's go to the guard station. Oh, I guess not. Alright. Then, let's go to... I can't get there from here. Detention center. Who is this? Still, I do feel better about things a little. I mean, they caught the person who said Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best to not go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. I hated that. I really hated that noise. That was a bad noise. You have hiccups? Boo. Did it work? What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? It was loud in my headphones. I'd say I was perpetrated against, sir. That's what I'd say. Is it Meekins? Oh, it's Meekins. Hi, greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Excuse me. Officer Meekins, so you're a guard here at the detention center? No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman. Like a little lost slam, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report. No, sir. How should I say this? Wait, he isn't... Is he? You... Officer Meekins, you didn't... Did you? Please. Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir. Look at his neck. This poor dude. Now this is an unexpected turn of events. Alright, let's talk to you. He's even like that on his ID badge. Can you stop? Sir, I'm a patrolman with General Affairs, sir. Sir. I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to evidence room, sir. I have to turn it down on the desktop. I'm fine with just ignoring it. The guard station in front of the room is empty, sir. So normally there's a guard at the evidence room? That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. How did you manage that? What the heck is this guy doing? So what happened there? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? Might I ask you what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. Bandage on his hand. Yeah, one has it on the right, one has it on the left. I noticed that the very first time I saw him. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. Actually, tell me about the victim. I don't mean to pry, but you're the perpetrator, correct? You killed Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with these sad puppy dog eyes, sir. If you have to label me as perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me victim. I would, but you have to be in detention, and alive and well, at that. Yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger's side. Could they have picked a worse noise? So you didn't know him? Sir, I work in a tiny department, devoid of light or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. So if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir, none. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? But sir, but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do. Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. Next thing you knew, you were... What? Then when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because Goodman had disappeared. Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand. Oh, the shock. Oh, the sorrow. Sir, can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared. That's some story. Do I present stuff to him? He probably doesn't know about SL9. You think you could take a look at this? Hey. That's it, sir. That's it. That's it. That's what? My head was blank until this very moment. But sir, now I remember. I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct. That card. That card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing. I'd better pry into this form a little deeper. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost little patrolman. A lost little lamb, if you will. Alright. This guy totally did it. He's so whack. I don't think he did it. He's fun. Nobody that's fun kills people. I didn't know Goodman who was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious. So I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked the Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? Sir, I assure you I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Goodman pointed a knife at him? Do unto others before they do unto you. My own father's words, sir. What happened then? My eyes, sir, everything went white. When I awoke, I was here. Right. So, Meekins, why was it that they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Meekins didn't know Goodman, and the victim whom he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines. But you still ended up here? They told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time, Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly? No, but the videotape is quite clear. Videotape? From the security camera. The crime. My crime. The crime I swore to stomp out. It's there. It's me. It's on tape. And you waited until now to tell us this? I'm sorry, really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No thanks, I have my own. Well, guess we'd better go check out the crime scene. Speaking of... Officer Meekins, have a look at this. Go ahead, sir. Laugh. Laugh at me, sir. Huh? I know what you want to say. You're going to tell me how she has one just like it. Me? Why would I... I know, sir. I know. I'm the only one without a girl with matching badges. Nowhere. I'm alone. All alone. Is that so wrong? Life isn't all about high school sweethearts and youthful romance, sir. Is he talking about those badges on her coat? I'd like to think there's a difference between my badge and a fashion accessory. I didn't mean to break him. I didn't think that's where it would go. Criminal affairs. Hey, look who's standing at the chief of detectives desk. It's Gant. Hi, Gant. And you're sure this is all? You know what it means if there is anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of the... under his seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away, Leo. Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. Chief of Detectives looks a little flustered. Righto, my boy. How you been? Swim much? Chief Gant, reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? Is Edgeworth gonna be okay? Oh, Worthy? You know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Yep, well, they've had no end of trouble with the boy since last year. You mean the incident on Gourd Lake? Doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit on the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, righto? Yeah. Maybe he shouldn't have been an actual psychopath. Alleged he was, undefeated for his 40-year career. But in court you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they'd do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. Sound right odd, I tell you. The detective getting killed on their turf, too, I mean. They're being the prosecutors. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it. He's very secretive. What a loser. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets, can't stand them. He has so many. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives trap shut. He was the one you were picking on earlier? Huh? You saw that? Whoops. I wonder what it was I wanted Chief to do. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. What do I give you? I mean, this isn't for you. That's for Marshall. I was wondering, could you take a look at this? Sorry, Redo. I'm through with that stuff. Through, I say. Go find that guy who can't seem to sit still out there. The busy one. Gumshoe? Either him or the dancing blue badger. He has nothing about the SL9 thing. I don't think I have anything for him. No, I guess I have to have something for him. There isn't anything for him? Huh, okay. Where should we begin? With that, you know, the thing. The mystery of the victim, I guess. How could one man, Goodman, be killed simultaneously? Well, you see, we should go to the department. The evidence room, was it? I'm not being very useful here, am I? No, you're being very helpful. Wow, that hurt. Just gotta talk to him, you gotta go back to camp, though. Oh. He didn't have anything else to say. Poor Edgeworth. I know you're going through a tough time where... Oh, do I have to talk to the other guy? There's a man, and he has a plan, and his name is not Sam. I'm pretty sure it's Sam. There was that business with him not reading that officer's report about the killing of the department. I can't help but think someone at the department doesn't like Edgeworth. Alright, let's go back to Gant. I don't get why I can't get there from. Alright. Did you? Sorry I had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? See over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the can. So nothing belonging to Goodman's still here. Of course not. Except for this. You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. Lost item? Goodman lose something? Date on it is 21st. Better make a note of that just in case. Document dated 2/21. That has something to do with... Huh. We should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come when Rito asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. There he goes with that staring. And fading the music out of existence. Now, Rito. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all. Rito, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Kinda. If anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give him $50. No problem. So go ahead. Investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. Just goes to show you never know until you ask. And for you, here, you can borrow this. Hey, this is an ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. It's an honor. You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. Why are guests allowed in the evidence room? It looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir, because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. What a nice guy. He's great. Alright. Evidence room's beyond that door, and we have the ID card from Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. The card reader's turned off, see? What's that security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, well, what made my bambino skies so gray? If I ever had access to an evidence room, I would snatch all the drugs. Enough coke to last me 50 years. I would drink all of the coke. I hope they have root beer in there. Why does it have to be him? What's that? Why does it have to be him look for? As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon. You okay? We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw, that card you got there on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeehaw? Well, what you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's waiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. This guy looks like Will. Oh man, if only he was here. What a loser for not being here. What a freaking loser. Sorry cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then. Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. Hold on, he's not gonna talk to us. I need to give him stuff. That smell reminds me of Texas. Dumb old stupid Texas. No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this for my baby? Yeah, the star. What's this? What's wrong? A filet steak lunch. I see. I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Alright, Bambina. You win. Ask for Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. The guard station. Marshal, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. That poor little doggy. Why is doggy spelled that way? Poor guy, I kept getting his name wrong and call him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station? Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. But it was me, since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago. Well, might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know? So what were you doing around 5:15? I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. Note, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli that sneak in next to your steak, you know? I don't know. I have no clue. Star told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. The detective voice makes me... The Western voice makes me tired. Zippity-doo-dah, Zippy for short. It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened. There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. It makes you tired because you talk too slow? I don't think that's a real thing. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. Western people, cowboys, that's how they talk. They talk slow and stupid. 2 days ago, the day of our case. That's right, the evidence transferals. Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too. I know what maybe two... What? I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambino, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. Stop it. The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras. You talk, stupid. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every 2 hours. And Meekins and Goodman, are they on those tapes? I reckon they might be. You're the guard and you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. Thus the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. Well, why don't we look at that? So this is the ID card record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambino, I can't show you more than that. I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way I can prove that record is tied to the stabbing. Hold up. Could you explain what this whole transferal thing's about? We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. 420 blaze it. Just got a dab. They're kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the County Sheriff's Department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February. It's like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to SL9. Alright. I need to present the ID badge, I think. See, this is the ID card. The one that was on the ground in the parking lot? This man loves steak. Yeah. I don't like steak. Yeah. Show us that ID card record again. Look, the 4th number, it's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. Who has all 7s? Loves steak. You should give him some steak. He gets no steak. Nobody gets any steak. No steak. I mean, I did already give him Salisbury steak, but no real steak. Salisbury doesn't count. It is very good, though. Salisbury steak is really good. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. So when the incident occurred, Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekins say? He didn't have a card. He pointed a knife. Salisbury is just dog food? Really not that great. You're funny. Funny. Hilarious, even. If he had his ID card then, why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre, you win. Guess I can give you this ID card record. Da-da-da-da. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Maybe. Alright, let's go to the evidence room. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. So this is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Oh, hey, why are you in here? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. Salisbury steak is ground beef mixed with seasonings and often breadcrumbs and or dry onion soup mix, formed into patties, browned in a skillet and simmered with a simple mushroom gravy. So dog food, which up meat with gravy. Okay, what you described is something I need to like actually craft and make, because it sounds amazing. That sounds delicious. I want some Salisbury steak now. I have 4 slices of pizza left, by the way. I wouldn't recommend going... Oh, I already said that. So is it true what I heard? Yeah, it's true. So Chief Gant will loan anyone $50, even me? I like to enjoy things. I don't get why that's a problem. So that's what you were talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today. Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day. She thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. Floor plans. Let's check those out. Huh. Identified as Bruce Goodman. Item lost. Why is that scratched out? Huh. So Gumshoe, your boss for the day. That's right, it's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the department. But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? I'm looking at them. They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation again. I'm adamant, though. I'm gonna take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here, too? Of course, I'm a detective, after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open. Only you can open? I'll always believe in Edgeworth no matter what happens. So Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee now, right? They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I guess this is what you call fate. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. Yeah, the SL9 incident. That was the beginning of the end for him. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using their ID? That's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. I'm on my 3rd card since entering the force already. That sounds like a lot. Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint? Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see? On the other side of the handles is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it, you get a shock. If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the lights aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. That beep? No, that beep was the game. Could you take a look at this? This ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. I heard the rumors. Why is everybody getting interrupted? What is it? That second number. It's not your ID number, is it? Edgeworth. The second number belongs to Edgeworth? Oh, come on, dude. Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? Alright, well I got two names on there. I'm wondering who Multi-7 is. Alright, let's start looking around. Is that a car door? Look at this big pile of junk in the corner. It looks like a car door. There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away. That's one of those human profiles for range testing. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. That's the door we just came in through. Looks like you don't need an ID to get out. Wonder what would happen if Marshall cut the power while we were inside. Let's hope he remembers we're in here. Oh, worthy. There's something sticking out of here. Looks like a shirt. I guess it must be evidence for some case. Wonder if Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here, that's set. I bet that evidence locker was open recently. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detectives responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? Sounds like Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too. I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt either, under that trench coat either. Why would you? Tucking in your shirt is awful. Why? What's wrong with you? I said it right.
Shut up!
If you're going to talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. I have to inspect all of these? This place is stuffed with evidence, stuffed with dreams. I'm not so sure about the dreams. It won't open. Did you really think it would? Hey, pal, our security is high-tech around here. Okay. Accounted toward all of that.
Shut up!
Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What a sorry-looking fishing pole that is. That's my personal pole. I never did get around to using it. Wait, I've seen that somewhere before. Ah, the metal detector. The one that led to the solving of that case out in Cord Lake, remember? Oh, right. Wow, that feels like it was ages ago. And I don't think I've seen this one before. That's a bug sweeper. Sure it'll come in handy in solving some case sooner or later. That cheap-looking box. You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta look at their heart. Alright, this one's open. And the red indicator light above the door is lit. That locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. You sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we close it. That makes sense. It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. What's this? Blood? It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. Looks like someone tried to wipe it off. What if there are other bloodstains left in the room? We should use our testing fluid to check it out. Speaking of, there's that handprint that's been bothering me on the statue. Someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case. SL9. The sticker on one of the pieces there. Another piece of evidence. Wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. Want to try to put it back together? Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Well, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. That's why I always carry around a tub of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. It's a straight-up puzzle. Alright. Time to see how stupid I am. Or is it as simple as... Oh, I see. Okay. Oh god, I rotate them too? Alright. Does that fit? I guess not. No, it's not that one. No, it's not that one. Am I missing a piece? Oh, that didn't look like that at all. That doesn't go there. Yeah. I think it's this piece. I'm just not too sure how. It's probably not like that. Maybe it's not that piece. Alright. You're funny. You're funny. You're really hilarious. You're A+ hilarious. You're literally the worst. It's not this one. What am I doing? Uh-huh. Whatever you say. Give me the hint, master. Freaking looking at your cheat sheet. What? What do you mean? What do you mean? None of the pieces seem to fit that outline. Oh, wait a second. No. Uh-huh. You totally didn't copy that from a guide. Whatever. Get a load of this guy. Figured it out on my own. No, you didn't. You're the worst. I'm not looking at your thing. I'm not looking at your thing. Uh-huh. If you say so. The heck is that? Oh, I guess not. Oh. There you go. Do you have things to do? We're not gonna be here all day. You're a stoopy. Stop being a stoopy. Look at that. I did that all without your help. All by myself. There is still a piece missing, though. Uh-huh. Freaking loser. That said, Layden is going to be a fun time when I get to it. I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it. Some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. I don't understand how it got broken. Unstable jar. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. What is that thing? I don't know, it's a jar. The door is ajar. That's evidence from the case, you know. SL9 does have a tag on it. Alright. If you put these pieces together, it makes a jar. Two things that bothered me. Why are some of the pieces missing? It doesn't seem unstable. No wonder it broke. I'll make sure to remember that next time I make a jar. What is the saw and paint doing here? Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression. True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger. Well, you might say this is my studio. In the evidence room? Alright. Alright, I gotta spray things. How do I use it? Huh. I knew it. This is someone's right handprint. What's the matter, detective? Slacker, it's mine. Yours. Please, you have to help me. When they come to take me away, promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. Look at all that spraying. It was good. It was so good. I'm a master at spraying. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. Gumshoe did it. He's being shady. He's just being goofy. Is there blood anywhere else? Oh. I wasn't actually expecting to find some. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a pro. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Goodman was actually an alien? This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it. If you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. Alright. Anything else? All of it. Spray everything. Oh. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for this murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This just might be something significant. That's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. It's called luminol testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow 50 bucks from the chief. Where do you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. I better jot this down. Alright. So that's probably all there is here. I guess I'll leave. Or... hold on. That's the victim's card. These days everything's cards, and secret numbers. I can never relax. It's only because you always lose yours. I always forget my secret number too. Scary, huh? My face should be ID enough. What's the world coming to? Rebel against the system. Oh. There's no bullet in here, is there? No, it won't let me. Well, something has been bothering me. Wait. There. No? Really? I thought there was a thing there. Huh. I mean, I see the handprint. Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel he's going to do something naughty. Yeah, me too. He's suspicious. You space so hard, what's happening? I'm beating the game. I'm winning. Let me try this again. Hold on. Oh, okay. Yeah, I went to the wrong thing. You would think there'd be some kind of blood leading in. Maybe not. Alright. Well, let me see if I can find out. You should have a card. Sheriffs back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence. About the only thing they trusted was their shooting hand. It's neither Wild nor West here. But that and this are two different things entirely. I guess so, huh? I'm lost. Looks like we need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy. I hate him. He's the worst. I did examine the lockers. I examined every last one of them. Now I'm at a dead end. Is there anyone else I can... I don't know if he'll say anything about the record. Meekins, could you take a look at this? Sorry, sir. Really sorry, but I have no idea what it is. Ask Edgeworth. He's passing the buck, right? Takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. See the ring finger? Even the far left one? Ring finger. Wait, what? Alright, let me go back. The ring finger. I found the glove. What? Never mind, go talk to Edgeworth. I was just about to do that too. Amazing. Because I need to figure out why the heck he was on, he was in there. I need to find him, though. No, I don't think I can. I'm so lost right now, I'm very tired. That's alright, I don't know. I'm at 3:39, I should probably stop here. I was kind of trying to get to the next trial and just stop there, but maybe I should just stop. No, don't. Are we so close? Alright. I mean, if that's the case... I mean, I was really close at the end of the last arc, too. I need to... maybe present something to you. This? This. Stop talking about the sheriffs in the Old West, you stupid. The High Prosecutor's Office. Nobody's there, though. Why would I do that? I think I'm missing something. Uh-huh. Desk. Uh-huh. I'm missing something, exactly. I need to get him to show up. What did you do? What didn't I do? Is a better question. Hold on. Goodman's note and that switchblade knife. Bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because of the SL9 connection? That was his first big case, you know, 2 years ago. First time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence from that case turn up now? Guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case. I wonder if that triggered him to appear. I guess I can try. I did find both handprints. Yes. I did indeed. Nope, still not here. Did you, though? Look at that. I got 3 bloods. You have to spray it extra hard. Got 3 bloods on the floor plans. All according to plan. I already showed him that. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors award that Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the award ceremony? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Oh, congratulations. I was wondering why is the award a shield? Why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently it's forgotten. Found in Edward's car, stabbed with Edward's knife. What would drive Sky to do such a thing? Wait, I didn't mean... Wait, I already did that before. Goodman's ID to Marshall? I think I did. Hold on, I haven't inspected these. SL911, I guess this is another piece of evidence from that case. You know, I never did care for the word tag, it's confusing. It's so confusing. Do you know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, zag? What's that last one? Is that a word? Do you challenge me? What, are we playing a word game now? There's nothing else on here. Okay. Hey, look. They're hard to make out, but there's some dark red stains here. Looks like blood. Do you think Goodman's blood somehow got on this when he gets stabbed? Not likely. This blood looked like it's been here for months, maybe longer. SL9 incident. That might be when the blood got on it. This thing doesn't have a bottom. That's weird. Wonder which side is up. Better yet, what's the purpose of bottomless jar? At least it doesn't collect dust inside, right? Guess. Still would, but... Alright. Let's go to Marshall. See this? This is the victim's ID card. The one that was on the ground in the parking lot. Number on this is that. Yeah, and then he gave me, this. So I already did this. There's nobody else to show that to. I guess the only other person I can talk to is you. Said you wanted some hot tea. She didn't even look at it. You gave the steak lunch. Yeah, that's the first thing that I gave to him. Edgy boy, where are you? Bruce Goodman, Miles Edgeworth. Sprayed the lockers 3 times right, and then hit enter, right? Yeah, I got... Hold on. Are you sure there's not another locker I'm missing? Because... Oh, that's not what I wanted. So I got this one. Hold on. I got that. And I got those. There's nothing else. I'm pretty sure those are the only blood splatters. Spray it again, hit it real good. I mean, enter is the spray button. Essentially. There's nothing more I could do there. Alright. A lot of people coming and going. Shameful. Both night and day. He should be there then? I don't know what messed up. He doesn't care about the knife. Yeah, I showed him the record and he was like, whoa, that's freaking Miles. Heard the rumors. There's Goodman. That second number is Edgeworth. Yeah. I don't know where this man is. Alright, hold on. Okay. I'm on it. That's all that. That's that. I didn't break it. Can this stop disconnecting? What is wrong with you? That's the stupid shoe thing. There's Gantz. Meekins. Present Goodman's ID to Meekins and speak to him about the newly unlocked topic. I think I did. Yeah, no, I did. Got the thing. Put the pot back together. examine all your stuff. There's gotta be something I missed. I thought I did, but maybe not. I can't believe this. Pretty amazing stuff you got there. No, 50 bucks. Put your choppers down. There's gotta be something I didn't expect. Wait a second. Hold on. Let me see something. That wasn't... that wasn't there! Okay, fine. Now that was a bloody violent case. Violent, so it was a murder. A serial killing. Do not. Don't. A serial killing. Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. This was 2 years ago. I put Edgeworth right in the spotlight and started the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence? I'm going to actually kill you. He was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Goodman, that is. What do you mean? He was the detective in charge of SL9. So, the switchblade. The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself. Look at the time. Was there something you needed to be going to? Just that Edgy's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to go give them my report for the day. What was the last thing? What was I missing? What was I missing? He just suddenly decided, hey, now's a good time to talk about SL9. Yeah. Phoenix has been running around for God knows how long. I think I feel like telling him. Gumshoe, I'm gonna kill you. What is that picture? I don't like it. I don't like it. Might help, you know. You mean the note written on the back of the flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Edgy we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Gumshoe? Checks every character chat log except for Gumshoe's. No? You weren't paying attention. Tisk tisk, you were busy giving me false information. Objection. I should probably see what Edgy has to say too. Thank God. I can't wait to go to freaking sleep. I'm mad because I don't know what unlocked it. He just suddenly decided. Why is the bellboy here? You shouldn't be here. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Is Edgy here? They're standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. No, he's holding his arm. He has the hotel bring tea service. Edgy, you're back from the office inquiry? I am. By the way, Gumshoe was looking for you. Oh, yes. You brought me the latest info, it seems. Was it helpful? Apparently a new French restaurant is opening near here. Oh, it's the French guy. Easy. He did it. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info is on the other side, Edgy. Poor Edgy. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. So how'd it go? Actually, I decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during an investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time, again. I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the department. Any further investigation for this case will be directed by Gant. I could do nothing but wait for his results. Why, I ask you why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still, I've never seen him this out of sorts. Alright. I have questions for you, Edgy Boy. I'd better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? Record of ID card usage? Edgy, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident, no less. Yeah, that's true. Why? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. That's suspicious. He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. It was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. Chief has never wanted to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I'd better make note of it. Evidence from past case of Edgeworth's. Stubborn as always, I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. Give him a knife? I know you. You've probably got a hold of some info already, right? It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident? And some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You're the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. Must be talking about his father's murder. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was Deputy Chief at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago, too. He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. You get nervous too, Edgeworth? What I want to know is why was the Deputy Chief on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. You didn't... Of course not. Didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, Chief wanted to know something. My sister? If you were still studying forensic science. Yes, of course. Just today, Wright and I were using this. Luminol, huh? Well then. You might have use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We're the enemy, you know. I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving these to Gumshoe as well? Huh. Fingerprinting? Let's get going. One last investigation. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Okay. She's gone. He's gone. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Hearing this blood on the detective evidence locker... Blech. To the lockers. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Let's get started. First, choose a finger. Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint, so let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest imprint. Really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. I'm starting to get that sparkle in our eyes. First we sprinkle the powder around. Aluminium. How do you do that? With enter. Whatever that means. Looks like that did the trick. Powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. How do I do that? With E. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake, see? That looks like fun. It might take some getting used to, though. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics, Mr. 8. Better give it a try.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Just do all of this.
Shut up! Shut up!
E is shut up. There we go. You did it, you found one. But this looks something like a fingerprint. Now you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? It means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. This treatment is not okay. I think you got it. That's enough powder. No, more. I like the powder. Does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely. Seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. All of the powder. Powder's delicious. It's so good. Fill the screen. Fill it.
Shut up!
Oh, I need more.
Shut up!
I need more. Apparently.
Shut up!
There we go. Please stop. I want to go sleep. A print so clear it's dazzling. Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. We're not done yet. This is quite a process. There's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? Guess. Jeez, Phoenix. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Edgeworth and point out the person you think left these prints. How am I supposed to know who it was? I can make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints would we most likely find on this evidence locker? Well, isn't this, I thought these were Gumshoe's. Yeah, this is Gumshoe's locker. So these prints belong to Gumshoe. Something wrong? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking so what. Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. Gotta roll with the punches, right? Thanks for the sympathy. If I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. It sure was. There's a handprint here. Okay, wanna try using this? Check for prints. But I have to warn you about something first. The area where the blood was wiped away, right? We only end up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. No prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. I found something.
Shut up!
I gotta outline it more.
Shut up!
How much? What am I missing? I'm not telling you to shut up. It's what I must do.
Shut up!
There you go. No. Ooh. Marshall. You little doggy. Hey, whose are they? This is someone I know. It's Officer Marshall. Marshall's fingerprints added. That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. He might be. The bad cowpoke. This is decidedly different from Gumshoe's prints. The luminol reaction, the blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a white blood stain. But why would Officer Marshall... It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. Guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. Yeah! I don't believe it. Curious to see how that goes next week. Keep going, keep going, keep going. I'm leaving, no more. Day 3, Trial Former. Alright. That's it for today's investigation. It was pretty good. Good time. Good time. A lot of new newfangled ways of playing being introduced. Mechanics? That's what it's called. Mechanics. Newfangled mechanics. Anyways, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and join me next time for more Ace Attorney. Adios. Today has been a long day. Would you stop that? Stuck for like half an hour because Sam sucks at puzzles? Man. You're right. You didn't have to call yourself out, though. That's alright. That's alright. I forgive you. I forgive you. You are forgiven. Farewell. Go to sleep.
Shut up.
I will not. Okay, bye.